Great stream, man. Thank you, Art. Really appreciate it. And Barterman, are you streaming Twitch? I think Art or the Barterman is streaming in Twitch on YouTube. So yeah, you can check it out on the Discord. It's on the Discord. You can go to self promo and you'll find his channel too. So if you want to keep seeing another stream, you feel free to go to Art's stream or the Butterman stream. And yeah, that's all for today. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. And I hope you had fun. And see you next time. Bye bye. Take care. Good luck.
Okay, sorry about that. I got a little bit of setup to do. Give me 1 sec. Need to share a link. Ah, that's cool. Interesting. I can do that another time. Up. Bitch. I just need to go to my Twitch side real quick. And get a link. Yep, there we go. Interesting. I am not sure how to get to... let me move this out of my way. There we go. This is creepy. So I'm looking at it through dashboard, but I'm not sure how to get the link to the actual stream. Give me a few seconds to figure this out. no URL. Can't just copy shortcut. I'm just not used to Twitch. Bear with me 1 second. I think they like intentionally make it so that way there's very minimal amounts of crossover between how Twitch works and versus how YouTube works. Because I'm live. There has to be someplace else that is tracking where I'm streaming. Oh, I know what I could do. Now, on YouTube, you could just go through the content and then get the link directly there. On Twitch, not so much. I just go do this? No, we can't. You know what? I'm going to just, I guess, explain what I'm going to be working on today. I'm going to do 3 things. One is going to be making a UI, a UI element for the inventory. The next is the... Okay. Thanks for joining. And yeah, thank you. So first I'm going to be making the UI for the inventory just to get a framework of what I'm going to be working on. Then next I'm going to be doing the data suite for all of the equipment. So it's going to be building out of the last game object or game data object stuff that I had done previous stream. And then just building that into equipment. We're going to also have an equipment controller that's going to be managing all of our different equipment, but we're going to be doing it in a dynamic way, so we can just, as the game develops, if we want to start adding in new equipment, the code needed is going to be very minimal. And finally, it's going to be a dynamic inventory. So we're going to be exploring generics and using generics and setting up an inventory that can be used at for anything else in your game. All you'd have to do is just use the interface for iInventory. I still have used that time to explain and cannot find how to get to the stream's link on Twitch. Quick actions. Like, I'm watching it, I'm watching the preview, but I don't see... let me see something. Maybe if I just do it like as if I was... Sure. I'm gonna back out of this, just go to Twitch. There we go. Just do it this way. There we go. Just do it this way. I've just got to post this in Discord real quick. Took me a second. I was like, if I can't find it just doing it through the manager, then... Because in YouTube, you could just do it through the manager. But in Twitch, I just had to search it like as if I was looking for it. Where is it? Your work in progress, help self-promo. There it is. Okay, there we go. Let's get to it. So, let's start with setting up. Let's start with setting up OBS to ensure that I have been. Yes, okay, OBS is good. So let's get to this part. So we already have a couple of things done since last. I'll just run it real quick so you can see. So if we right click now, it's temporary. This is not how the buttons are going to be set up. It's just for debugging purposes. Yeah, so if we right click now, we can blast the enemy. It has a range, so... Oh, what did I just do? Oh. Accidentally clicked off the screen. Okay. Right. A thing that I wanted to do yesterday. So I did a couple of small things off stream yesterday. One is you notice this little smoke cloud behind my character. So there's two ways you could go about doing it. And what I mean is there's two proper ways to go about doing it as far as keeping your code clean and modular. One, and they're both kind of the same thing. Let's stop real quick. One way is like what I did with the player. I did both ways so you could see it. One way is I just created a prefab trail object. And this object, you see, it doesn't really have any visual component to it. It's just this one script that's on it. And that's going to blend into the second way. But basically, I pass in a prefab for a particle that I want it to handle. I put in an offset, and it will handle the rest. And I can click this if the object that I've put here isn't actually a trail. What I mean is that you have a way of handling particle effects in Unity, in most engines, where you can use the velocity and then just have it producing or emitting particles over the course of that velocity. So if this is not doing that, this is doing that. But if this is not doing that, I can click this, and this will tap into my pool, or toggle this on, and it will tap into my pooler, and it will handle this. It would look very similar to like what's here, but it'll handle it differently. I can go into what that looks like if that's something that there's an interest in. Weird. If that's something that's there's interest for, then we could do that. There we go. Okay. I think I need to do some setups later on. I'll do it later after stream, but I'm talking about on OBS. So the other way to do it is through just like directly putting the component on the object. Because this is simply a script, right? I could turn this on for the player. Sorry, this is for the enemy. And now you'll see the enemy is going to be doing similar things. Where is he? There he is. Now the enemy has a trail. Right, his trail is a little bit different. That's because I put in different parameters here. But yeah, that's basically it. And I think it adds a little something to the game. I was messing with the shader a little bit. You can see that there's dissolve. There's a certain... So we have what's called an isometric dissolve happening, or an angular isometric dissolve effect. But it's a little bit too thick, I think, on the gradient of the dissolve region. So I might work on that. I'm not sure, on stream or off. But parts of it looks nice. Like, I like that over here. I'll make it bigger. So I like that way that it's dissolving into it, but I think it's lasting too long for like little things like over here. It kind of just looks weird now. Right? So we have to do a little bit of work on that. Okay. I'm going to turn this over to Twitch chat. I'm not sure if it's actually picking up Twitch chat. I'm going to test that. There we go. Awesome. Okay. I didn't pick up the YouTube chat though, Roman, so I'm not sure. I mean, I could still see it because I have YouTube chat open, but that's weird. I'm gonna try YouTube chat out, actually. See, maybe it was just lagging. No, it did it. That's weird. Okay. Alright, so let us build. So in what I would like is for the inventory to, I think, so what there's different ways of approaching this. Right away, we're going to need to pause the game. So there's a couple of systems that are going to be built into it. We need to be able to pause the game. Unity provides for some pretty useful ways of pausing. We're going to just utilize one of them. Which is to manipulate the engine's time scale. So we set the time scale to 0, so we're probably going to make a helper, 2 helpers, one for pausing, the other for unpausing. Or just one helper with a toggle, I'm not sure. No, two helpers. So let's do that. Let's start working on just making the pausing first. No, let's make the UI first. So, do this. Because there's a problem also when you start making UI stuff. Right? Well, not a problem. There's a constraint that comes up. So we have here the canvas for the game's HUD. However, oddly enough, this scene isn't going to be where we get to see the inventory proper, right? But we are going to make when the game is actually out, when you're in a scene like this, you can't see the inventory. You can't bring up that information. What you can bring up is mission-related information or a temporary inventory that will build up over time. And this is part of why I'm making the inventory system dynamic, because there's going to be different uses for the inventory, and I don't want to keep rewriting inventory for these different. I would rather just make one inventory and use it for every other situation. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So first, let's create a new canvas. So canvas. Okay. And we're going to call this canvas. This is going to be, so this is not the character's actual inventory. This is going to be a mission inventory. And these are just going to be the items that we pick up when we slay enemies in the mission. And this inventory is just going to get populated with that. We are also going to be making in code another inventory for the player directly. So I'm trying not to get too much confusion on this point. The inventory for the player will be where we're going to be getting our equipment from later on. And that's going to be what the equipment manager is using. The inventory that we're making visually now, and we're going to also be attaching the inventory script to, is like mission related stuff. So when we slay an enemy, it goes into that. If you've ever played like Monster Hunter, where you beat up monsters and whatnot, and then at the very end you get a report of the items that you got in that mission, that's kind of what this is. So we're going to call this the mission UI. The difference between the HUD and the mission UI is the mission UI will pause the game when it comes up. The HUD is just always open. Okay. So let us first first adjust this stuff. Let me clean up my stuff real quick. I think I have like a script out here that shouldn't be out here. Yeah, there it is. Actor ground. So script. This would be a component within the actor. There we go. Okay. Oh, Roman, if you're interested, so this is, I'm not sure if I showed you this, but you were talking about using, you're talking about an input system before, or using the new input system. So I can show you my input manager real quick. So this is handling all of the inputs for the game. We use the new input system. So each one of the, so first we make an instance of the new input system over here, and then we just connect these callbacks to it, and we can handle logic related to that callback here. Right. And so now we can, in our actual game, we can treat these, I'll show you, like in player over here. When I left click, I can just do something like this. Right? Or if I right click. Right? And I think that's pretty swift as far as how it's set up. This is just debug stuff. I'm going to get rid of these later. It's just showing. This is a way of handling it. Okay. I'm going to close just about everything here. Probably don't need the things open anymore. For now, we can close these. Yeah, okay, we're good. I don't think we need ability data open right now either. All right. So let's do some work. We have the UI element here. Make a panel. So it's nice to have these. In Godot, they do a better job, I think, of setting up these panels, but you can get the same kind of benefits in Unity. You create a panel over your area. I want this panel, I guess, to show up on the left. So there's a reason we do this. It's so that way we can animate this panel later on if we like, right? Instead of having to animate the data or the data representation, we animate the panel that holds the data representation. So we're going to go with mission mission information container. Ah. Ah, interesting. This technically should show up after it. You put it here. Screen. Okay. So scale mode is going to be scale to screen size on this. Let's do that. (1920 by 1080). Make sure we have some parity. Okay. Then we just change the sorting order. So I think we want the HUD to just always be behind stuff on the UI. We want the HUD to be the back layer. So we're just going to set it to like -20. Right? And the mission information stuff, we're going to set it to 10. Or let's set it to 20. So yeah, this will always appear in front of anything else. Let's adjust the container. And so we want the container to be going to show up on the left-hand side. Like I'm going to have it slide in kind of like this, like it's just going to come in on the left. Huh. This is like the mission report, so maybe it should be in the center. But I think I always want you to be able to see your character. Character is always in the center. How about maybe horizontally on the bottom? Mission report, this, inventory, and your current like rank or rating in the mission or something. I feel that's good. If we're going to be pausing it anyway, I think we're okay with I think we're okay with it like this. Because we're going to be pausing the game. Let's actually run it and see what it looks like first. Right, it's going to be coming from the left-hand side, which means that it's going to cover stuff on the left. But if you pause the game, we can have... I think it's fine. Okay. We're going to give it a little bit of room on the top, the left, and bottom. Maybe not the left. We want to kind of make it look like it's a book kind of sliding out from some or a leaf or something. Okay, we're good. Who says programmers don't do art, right? That's programmer art at its finest right there. Let's see. So before I get into it, let me see if I have anything already. Oh, I have stuff. Do I have good stuff? Eh. I don't know what the resolutions for these are. That looks nice, I think. Nice. Actually, I like this. Okay. Let's see what it looks like bigger. We can have like a list over here, and we can just scroll down through the list of just items that we've collected, and then over here can be like the mission report. And when we hover over the items, we can get tooltips on each one, things like that. Maybe we can make it a double, so you have one item here, things like that. So basically rows of 2 as you're scrolling down. Then we'll have like a line here partitioning out. Like, this is what I mean. Like, Godot would handle this so much more elegantly. I love making UIs in Godot. It's just so much better. But Unity can do it too. It just takes a little bit more work. Right? But this is just the container. Now we have to do the make a panel. Okay, so we're going to make item slots, basically. And I don't think this is going to have much of a background or anything like that. I'm not sure. Let's just check if I have anything again. No, we don't. I don't think we do. I don't think I've made anything for this. Or that I have. I'm not sure. There. Okay. So then we do the programmer thing. Art like a programmer. There you go. Don't worry, it'll look good in a second. Or I should say, it'll look passable in a second. Good as if an actual artist did it. Okay, now we give it a title. Just a little bit up. There we go. You know what, let's stick with that. Oh, yeah, we can just lock it. Forgot about that. I hate when this happens. There we go. Lock in. There we go. Okay. All right. Hey, what's going on, Stoner? Gaslighting is a-okay in this. I'm not sure if you're going to ever get me with it, but you can go right ahead and try. I mean, that was fantastic. Just watching the look in Roman's eyes as he was trying to put together what was happening. That was, I mean, I hate doing it to people, but when it happens, it's, I still enjoy it. It was good. All right, let's see. There we go. So this one needs to be a scroll area, I believe. Right, so we can just do right click and then just do add scroll view like that. Oh, okay. All right. I mean, everybody has their hill, right? Let's see. So we're gonna remove these scroll areas. I'll show it to you. Shouldn't break anything if I just run it. But it's an ARPG. Let's hide this mission UI right now. So you see those the bars, to make them make sense, these are color coded to like my element, right? So as I like spells like this, which are going to be orange for fire, they're going to be, their power is based on how many of these I have. The more power I have. When I use them, it consumes my stamina, but when I take damage from the enemy, it's going to subtract from these bars over here. And then by doing that, it reduces the amount of damage that I'm taking to my hit points from the attacks that they level at me. So that's the complicated part. But before I get to working on that, I'm building out the well, I'm connecting abilities. I'm building out equipment and inventory so that way I can connect the abilities to equipment. And then, because like right now, if I could do abilities right now like that, and tag in other things, like special effects and stuff. All of that is set up. It's just that they'll trigger off of anything, right? I need them to trigger, like if I have a trait that gives like +5 fire damage when I damage a target, just generally, that's fine. But what if that trait comes from a weapon, and then I do something like this? You get what I mean? Like, it's going to still proc off. So I need to be able to set it so the weapon is the thing that's going to proc its own unique effects and things like that. So to get there, I have to build an equipment system. I decided to add an inventory system to it. And then it's going to lead into this whole thing. And once that's done, basically the game's concept as far as combat goes is good to go. The rest of it is just the overworld stuff. This is more like, this is the dungeon area, basically. Alright, then it's about building like enemy factions and giving the enemies smarter AI with regards to like how they fight, things like that. But if you've ever played like Path of Exile or Diablo or anything like that, that's basically how I'm envisioning the fighting going. But I'm not sure about air combos, though. I think I'm going to leave that to Roman. He kind of tempted me the other day, but not sure. The dream is that by the time I make everything work, it won't be as complicated. I hope that like the player would be able to just intuitively see more orange means it's kind of like build your own character kind of situation, right? Like if you're building into fire damage, then you're going to end up with more of these orange ones than the other colors. But I'm making it in such a way that I can expand on the various elements later on. Like I could have like sword element, uh, I don't know, death element, murder or killing intent, whatever, things like that. Like as if you cultivate or specialize into that specific element, then you should be getting abilities that rotate around that or are powered around that element. But at the same time, there are elements that will counter other elements. So, and then like there's just benefits and fallbacks. True, there's complication to it, I think, but I'm hoping that the basics of it is intuitive. Right? Like right now I can knock him towards me by setting the fireball behind him. That's kind of like an infinite combo, where I'm pushing him away slightly with the weapon and stun locking him, but then I can bring him closer if he gets too far away. And then I can go further away outside of his hit range if he's getting too close, and then knock him closer towards me. So there's like stuff going on here. I'm still debating putting in air combos and stuff. Like, I'm not sure. It is what it is. But for right now, this is kind of be, if you've ever played like Monster Hunter, this is kind of like that item report that you get at the end of Monster Hunter. But you can pull this up at any time. It'll give you the items that you've gotten off of your enemies. And then over here, you'll get like your current stats in the mission. So if you're like S rank or whatever. And then at the end, you get mission rewards for clearing the area, which will just be like random loot based on your rank that you can get in this specific area. Ah, there's okay. I always forget how to set this part up. So we want to hide the. I think we want to hide both. We don't want to show them. What happens is that the scroll bar in Unity is just really finicky to begin with. So there's a learning curve. On top of that, it's finicky. So you see, like, you don't get to see that it disappears. So it's kind of hard to gauge how that's supposed to be set up. All right. Let's do that. Like, it's hard to get a picture of what it's going to look like. In edit, you have to always go in and out of play mode. So the way that this work, I think there's maybe a slight difference between how Roman streams versus what I stream for. Is that I stream to share when I'm making systems. Roman is just streaming to chill, I guess. But I chill as well. It's just Roman is like super chill. So, but most of this is supposed to be stuff that I started doing this to really have stuff to just go back and then understand why I did certain things when I go back and take a look. I think of it like a video documentation. And I was doing it for a while, and then when I switched over to Godot, I started helping a lot of people on Discord. And then I said, every time that I do this, like I kept on doing the exact same things over and over again. Just every person came in and they all had similar questions. So I was like, okay, I should just log everything. And so I started doing that, and it was good. And there was a lot of people who were streaming on Discord. Like they just started streaming their games, and it would just be a place to chill and understand. But there were a lot of people who came in with questions. So it's just good to be able to point them to say, okay, you want to make a game? Here's how the whole process goes from start to finish, right? And that's kind of what I'm doing right now with this. I'm going to finish this, and someone will be able to come in and take a look and then see each piece of the code as it was put in. And I'm making the code intentionally generic, so anyone can just grab any part of the code and then put it into their game, and it should just work regardless of their systems. In theory, I'm by no means capable of, as proven on Roman's channel, of debugging somebody else's game. Like, I keep trying to fix, and I keep having to remind myself it's his kitchen, so he knows what he's cooking. All right, so now in these, we typically... Fair. Hey, it's been, what has it been? It's been 3 days since he last shared his identifications with the chat, so we can have the chat verify that it is actually Roman. I think it's time for him to update us, right? Oh man. I swear, man. I don't know if he did it intentionally also, and he was just cranking the chair, and all of a sudden he's just flexing his bicep in front of the camera for like 2 minutes. Like, okay, how long does it take to crank your chair? Like, okay, come on, bro. Oh man. Like, at a certain point, it's like, I'm not sure if he wants to be a game dev or an OnlyFans model. I'm not sure quite yet. Maybe he wants to mix the two. This is just an entryway. Next thing you know, he's going to start wearing super V-cut shirts. Super thin, super V-cut shirts going all the way down to the top of his stomach or something on streams. Like, hey guys, I'm here to game dev. Make sure that you get a nice deep view of that V-cut. Yeah, no, he's super chill. That's what it is. And you know what it is? It's more than that he's chill. I think he's like really super considerate. That's a skill in and of itself. Scroll view. Like, being able to be considerate like that is like it's definitely a very powerful skill, and it takes that's not something that you can just like try to have. You have to it's hard to do that. Like, I try so hard to be like that, like just be considerate and try to always, but it's like you get so wrapped up in your own thoughts sometimes that you just don't realize that somebody else is going through their things also. Let's see. So scroll view. So with scroll view, it's very, naming is hard. So I'm just going to leave this as is. The viewport is here. We're going to disable. I'm going to remove it from here. The other day I actually made a nice skill graph system using this viewport. It was super fun. Like, I wish I could show it. Like, I just want to get this done, but I wish I could show that. It was, think of it like if you ever played one of those games where it's like a skill tree, it was basically like that, but the skills were floating around and they're tied together by like a thin line, and you can kind of just wiggle them around and things like that, and manipulate them and shift where they are on the scroll rector, so you can scroll around and go wherever you want to go, and they'll like you could slingshot them into each other. It was really fun. There we go. Scroll view. So we're going to disable horizontal. Vertical is all we need. And I think the next thing that we need to do is make... Okay, no, do your thing, man. Always fun just having folks to talk to sometimes. But I see Roman struggle, so he got to like 10 people and he just gets like as soon as he got to 10 people, his workload at 1 is like 100%. Then by the time he gets to 10, his workload is like minus 100%. Because he gets absolutely nothing done at that point. like he's trying so hard to keep up. And I want to keep quiet, but then everybody's having fun, so I'm like, okay. I feel really bad because then he just like he's not getting his work done. Okay, so let's add in. So we're gonna make a prefab here. For the item slot that's going to be appearing here. Actually, before we do that, we want to add a content size fitter and I think it's a vertical, or is it going to be a grid layout group? And you stream as well? Do do you game dev stream, or what's your streams about? Like if it's a game dev stream, I'll join in for sure. The more I see, the more I get to learn. For now, I'm going to leave that unconstrained. I think this is wrong. I'm going to just do this. We're not going to know until we actually have something. Let's make something. Oh. Here we go. Understood. to just. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, if you do game dev, you're just not going to be able to play games as much. If I see like I've seen some game devs that I mean they've stream and then they start to uh do gaming streams, and I'm like I I get it at certain points, but it's like I just don't have. I have to like force myself in order to get like 20 minutes, 30 minutes in at a week on just some game. Like I have to remind myself, hey, you know, you got to. So I can kind of get it where when I see other game devs doing like streams of gaming, that they might be in that situation where it's like, we have to force ourselves to stop deving in order to play. Especially as a solo dev, you just don't have the time. Or this stuff is just so consuming, so time consuming. Um okay, so this isn't right. Ah, there we go. It was grid layout group. You just trust the I think this is good for item slots. 120 by 120. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It's like when you get into it, it's so engrossing you don't even realize that's it. You basically just blew 5-6 hours just doing this, and then when you're done, you're mentally so just. Well, at least for me, I'm just mentally so exhausted. I can't even bring myself to play a game. It's crazy. Like at that point, you're basically just thinking about implementations. Like what did you get wrong? What hurt? What did you hit that you need to get around? And you just have to try to. And you're taking a shower, and it's just like you're thinking about these different approaches. That's game dev. Yep, sounds about right. Like you have to force yourself to take a break. Um. Right, do your work, bro. I don't want to. Now I feel like I'm pulling you away from your work. So we're gonna put an image here, and so we're going to probably need a mask also, but we're gonna just put an image here for now, of something. Right. So the report slot gets a canvas renderer. Canvas renderer. Ah, okay. Let's see. I was thinking about getting those little avatars also. Like those are super fun. But it feels so laggy. Like that thing is so freaking rigged, bro. Like I press jump, I type jump, and I gotta wait like 6 seconds before I actually get the jump to go off. And it's like always the same people that end up just randomly getting it to work for them. So I'm like, I understand skill issues is a thing, but at a certain point, I got to think Roman is pressing a button under behind the scenes or something. B. So let's put. Do I have any? Oh, we have some. I'm gonna just put some random art here. Something more centered. Okay. And I think I want the slot to be based on these. I think I might need to go to Sprite and adjust these. Not sure. Yeah, I think I need to go to Sprite to adjust these. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Or maybe not. Let me see. I think we're going to use this. I think that's what we're going to use. And we're going to introduce a... So this is how you mask in Unity. We're going to introduce this, and I think we have a circle somewhere in my... Ah, oh, come on, bro. I know I have a circle. I've seen it. Unless it was a texture image. I've seen a circle, though. Typically, I make one also for, like, just projects generally. Thank you. See, I knew there was some type of cheating going on. You guys are using, There it is. I knew I had a circle. That's not good. There we go. Nope, we have to make our own circle, it looks like. It's still picking up texture. Or something, it's picking up alpha outside of the white. So this isn't a good white to use. So we just have to open an A-Sprite and make one. Ah, okay. I mean, yeah. I guess I'll look into it also because this is like it's so random. Sometimes it's 5 seconds. Next thing it's like 15 seconds. There's like this massive uh, lag time between. I'm pretty sure I have circle somewhere. Hold on. I've made it so many times. Huh. No. I've made it so many times, but it is what it is. I'll just make one now. We go 512 by 512. Yeah, sure. This shouldn't take very long. Ellipse tool. So you just start from 0, 0. And you work your way down to 512. There we go. Okay. And then we just convert the whole thing to black. Wait, am I right? No, I think we have to convert the whole thing to white. There we go. There we go. And now we just save it. We have a folder on my desktop. We call it art. And it can have my circle. And we're going to save it as a PNG. White circle. All right. And then we just drag that into Unity. We'll put it under UI. Okay. Oh, a sprite. What would I do without you? Save as white circle. So a sprite has this thing where it wants you to save twice. First, you have to save your project, and then you have to export your project. Yep, there we go. Now I can export. And now I should be able... Yep, there it is. So first you have to save, then you can export. Crazy. Now we can use this. We need to do this first. Turn it into a sprite. And we need to change this. Where is it? There we go. Filter mode, no filters. And we want to use RGBA 32. And this is single, right? Single. Fly. There we go. Perfection. That's good for the mask. Good stuff. Okay. Okay. Good stuff. So now no matter what we throw in here, okay. I think 100 by 100 is good. Zero it out. That's good. I think I would hit a command and it would do it maybe a second or two after. And I thought, well, I guess I'm using this from now. Makes sense. That makes sense. That's a flow of logic that makes a lot of sense, sir. Okay. So this is going to be turned into a prefab. I think we probably want to add a number to it, though. I'm going to delete this. Horizontal. So this is going to become, let's name it item slot. And we need to implement one more thing on this, and that is another panel. Oh, it's showing over here. It's not showing over here. I don't know why. Let's run it and see what happens. Kind of tiny, I think. I don't even know what size it actually is. Maybe instead of locking it inside of there, we can put... Oh. There we go. I think that's it. Let's make this transparent for now. And we're going to set this. We're going to keep the text consistent. I think this is what I was using. That looks all right. Hmm. Hmm. I think this is good. This spot is nice. Right there. That looks good. I think that looks good. What else is needed? Maybe a glow in the background for so let's actually do that for like the item's rarity. So we could put like a different image behind it. Oh, I was hoping that we would get like a perfect circle here, but apparently this image is not a perfect circle. We can get an approximation, which I think is going to be good enough. See what it looks like. Yeah, and I think approximation is good enough. You don't really see it. Like, if I went over here... Yeah, you don't see it at all. Yeah, there's like nothing there to be seen. So what we could do is... Let me try this. Yeah, it doesn't work as well. I think it's fine the way it was, I'll be honest. I think just doing it this way is fine. I'm going to leave this here just to have this option. See what it does for it down the road. Like if I want to put like a shader that makes this wiggle or something, or like I did with this where I have like the shining thing going across, we can put another shader in to make this stereoscopic. And that would be pretty cool. And then like add a image and then it makes it look like it has an animation. Well, technically it does. Okay. So yeah, like I said, this thing is super wonky. The just their whole viewport system. I mean, just look at the fact that this is here, but not visible, but it's visible over here. That kind of thing is like always weird. I think this looks alright. Let's turn it into a prefab and move on. Move on to the code. So this is going to be prefabs. I think we have a UI section. That's the HUD UI. Make a new one. So these UIs pause the game when they come up. Or these elements. Item slot. Okay, so now we need to get to the code portion of this. Let's get rid of this stuff. Well, hold on, let me just fill this out the rest of the way to make sure that it is doing what I think it's going to do. And let's play. This stuff is always a little bit wonky. Yeah, it doesn't do what I thought it was going to do. Okay, fair enough. I mean, we can fix that later. That's just a viewport thing. I hate I hate having to try to remember each time how that works. But it's not a big fix. Big problem. All right, let's get to some coding. So first we're going to do some shelling, all right? Effectively we're going to make shells of these codes, and they're just going to be taking in the properties that these are going to need later on. For right now, they're not going to have any function to them besides just having the properties they need. So first we're going to make a item slot. Where we go to script. A component. Y component. And item. There we go. Enemy time. There we go. Yeah. We're gonna, basically this can be a class that we could potentially extract from, so we can just go like this. And we're gonna we need images, so item image. Need the image. And I think that's it as far as that goes. And then we just need this. All right, so we need to know the item, the game item that this item slot is supposed to represent. Oh, and we also need to know about text, mesh, pro GUI. Item quantity. All right, and as far as when we initialize, actually, we don't need to do that. We can just do public void update. And we pass in the game item that we're going to update, item data. And so we're going to have like swap functionality and stuff like that down the road. But for right now, we're good. Okay. Enjoy scrubbing. Item image sprite going to be equal to sprite display icon there. Okay, so game item. These will always have actually, you know what? We're going to create a new class here. I call it inventory item. Hey, we're about to, so we just finished the UGUI setup. Basically, we just turned this into a prefab. It's going to have that color background. So now I'm just like setting up the shell of the code, and then I'm going to go in and build out this inventory item class, which will then be the foundation for everything else we're about to build. But I'm enjoying the direction. Or rather, I'm confident in the direction. But welcome back. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. Like, I like it when I know, at least, at an animal level, exactly where I'm going to go in a few steps. So this feels good. It means I'm not going to be wasting time. So next we need to go down to the where is that script? Not a component, it is a scriptable object that we're going to make. Create. And this is going to be inventory item data. And this is going to be an abstract class. And it's going to inherit game item It's going to inherit item data. There we go. Okay, and basically this is a very simple class. The only thing we need to put here is serialize field, float or int mount, and serialize field color. And we need to make sure that this is going to be equal to white. We learned our lesson from last time. And we actually are going to need the max quantity for this inventory item. And we just make these publicly read-only accessible. Okay, and now we have our runtime accessor. So this is going to be public abstract. And this is going to inherit game item. There we go. We also are going to have a public t create or public override create. So items are a little bit different. They can be created without a player. Did you design the basic layout before or just work on what's needed in the moment? So I just walk through this part right here and I designed this first. So I got like the idea of what the what my four corners are going to look like. So I know that it's going to look like this at the end, right? I'm going to have my item report here and they're going to be paired. So it's just typical stuff that you're going to need for your item. But I also know that I want to have like a color background to display like the rarity of the item. So that gave me my framework. So from there, it's just about getting to that information, which is this class. So now I'm about to create the two parts of this because I need to have the data side, which is going to be the scriptable object. So that way I could do stuff like this. Right? I could just have the stat over here and then create them inside of the project instead of scripting each item. And then just having a runtime accessor for it, which can be changed, which is what I'm about to put in, if that answers. Like I would say I have a couple of things. Yes, I have like a general idea of where I'm going to go with things. I have basically a very high level understanding of what's going to be made. But then I also, as I'm building out the architecture of the code, I have enough wherewithal to have designed the previous stuff in such a way that it should facilitate the direction of the new stuff. I'm not sure if that's really getting to the heart of it, but basically, as long as I trust the process effectively, I've always ended up in the right place. As long as the code is on track, we're always going to end up in the right place, is how I've designed stuff. I've never been failed by that, pretty much. Right? Like, yeah, you have to go back and tweak a few things, but you just trust the process. That's why I always say I trust past me a lot, because if past me fails me, then current me is gonna be screwed. So past me is always trying to look out for current me. That's the way I write the code. Or these systems out. So in this case, these items, So items generally don't need an owner, right? And if we ever decide to make this game multiplayer, we want to keep it in a way that it's ambiguous who actually owns the item until it's in somebody's inventory. All right, makes sense? So they just need to be completely... Thank you. I mean, I'm not saying that's the way to do it, but that's the way I do it. It just depends. Like as a solo dev, that's just how it works because I can trust you only have yourself to worry about. But if it's like a team thing, then you have to have everything written down. You have to be very clear, right? Like, so when I did a game jam, I think one of the most painful but also most successful game jam was I was supposed to be working with another person as a programmer / game dev, and he wanted to do mostly programming, but he wanted to do programming, and it sounded like he wanted to do programming and art. And then we had another one. We had two other people. Ilya. Well, hold on. It was the composer and the artist. So the artist, both of them fantastic at what they do. The coder, unfortunately, he's coming from a different background, and so we only had a week to put this together, and there's no way to teach someone Unity, much less C#, within that period of time. So I didn't know at the onset, and so I ended up overscoping the project, right? Like we sat down and we had the idea smash, and we just overscoped. We thought we'd be able to get 4 levels in there and then just do stuff, but we underestimated, or rather, we overestimated what his capabilities were, as well as the artist and the composer. The artist and the composer had no real idea. Okay, sure. No real idea how to do any of the Unity side stuff. So, long story short, we ended up in a situation where I had to write out exactly like, these are all of the different elements of the game. This is what we're going to need. And just left the artist to do what the artist was going to do. The composer, I didn't even have to do anything with him. He just like came back and then dropped a ton of music, and it was up to me to figure out where to put them. Music and sound effects. At the very onset, we told him what type of game it was and the types of sounds that could possibly be there, and he just came back with like 40 different sounds and just says, grab them. So it was like a grab bag of sounds. But I did learn that you need someone inside of the project to be on top of where everyone is. There was actually a video. Somebody did a video. Soul Engine Studios. He did a video not too long ago, maybe like I think like 2 days ago, about a failed project. He just failed his project, or put it on hold. He says, you know how YouTube videos are; they can get overhyped. But he put his project on hold because of all of these, basically all of the reasons that I just listed. The only reason why our project came to a successful end was because the artist was really good, the composer was really good, and I took on the roles of programmer, game developer, and lead designer. And trust me, after that was done, I was toast for like a week. I could not even touch my keyboards. Like I had a massive migraine after that one. But I did that mainly because the artist had done so much work and the composer had done so much work. I just couldn't let that slide, where it was like I just had to get the project done, just at least for the sake of that their work was out there in something. So I never buckled down. Like I buckled down for that one before. Trust. Like that was rough. Like I wanted to. I didn't want to waste their art. I didn't want to waste their music. You know. Um. I don't think this can be abstract. This has to be a class. Yeah, he's doing his video editing. Like that's I've never done it. I've done it like a little bit, but not a lot, and I can imagine. he usually pops back up maybe like once every couple of like every 30 minutes or hour or something like that. He picks his times. Um let's go here. Uh So this is actually going to be a tag system. This is a pretty neat little system to put into most of your games. If it's to tag your items. So we create like a list of various items, and then we have an iCompare on it, and we can just use this item type to figure out comparisons between different items. So like, let's say you have an item that is both an equipment and also has the fire element and so on. We can just continue to increase the tags to have a easy way of figuring that out. Think it would get too overwhelming? Yeah, I mean, he has to focus at some point, right? Like, imagine live streaming video editing. That would be nuts. Why won't this thing let me set? Inventory contains a definition for actors, not an accessible method. Actor accepting first argument could be found. What? I just set it to... Oh! Whoops. There we go. For some reason, I thought it was a capital A. Oh, wow. That's hardcore streaming. That is hardcore streaming. You have to be really good at editing at that point. I'm comfortable streaming coding because I just won't get, even if I get distracted, I won't. I'll go right. I just know what I'm doing. I don't get lost. But as doing something that like that, you have to have skills or confidence in your skills in that. Let's see. So we're gonna just store the data here for this. Actually, hold on. I think we store the data elsewhere up top, right? So we can have a get function. Okay, so we need to know a couple of things here. We need to have, you realize, oh, whoops. Private or public int mount. It's not. I really like when I saw. So here's the thing: when Roman was doing his code, I see, for example, let me actually just show. So there's times. How do I put it? There's times when you want to be fast and loose and sloppy. So it comes down to like your. It comes down to your what your goal is for the code, right? So if your goal is to make something that's going to be reusable in different projects, the way that he went about implementing knockback and stuff like that is no bueno. But if his goal is to just get anything done and move on to the next thing, then it's fine. The only thing that he can use, I would like, I haven't seen him do it. I see it a little bit when I saw some of his code, but next time that I tell him, I'm going to be like, you need to document because some of that stuff is going to be, the moment that he gets into anything more complex down the road, he is not going to remember the 27 different places that he did push force. Like, yes, this one method, and then he's going to be like, how is this calculation working and all of these if conditions, and why does push need to know about all of these different other situations that it needs like all 8 of these if conditions and stuff like that. Like, I'll show you. Actor movement. So this is my movement script for all of my characters, right? I think I can count on one hand the amount of if conditions on this. Let me count them. We have one here, which will just check to see if we... This is an initializer. I'm not even sure if we should count it, but basically it's checking if we already have a rigid body. And if we don't, then it'll try to get a rigid body from the object that this is on, right? To assign the rigid body. Then over here, we check if we're grounded. And that's... Oh, wait. And we have this. But this is for more complex stuff. I could probably get rid of this. This is for if, like, I wanted to implement jumping into the system, where we can't jump on this character, but this is like if I jumped on top of something and then jumped again, it would exert alternate forces on that thing, which is this call right here. Right? But we could technically get rid of this because there's no jumping in this game. So, yeah. Basically, that's what it is. I could technically get rid of that. But yeah, there's no other if conditions, right? And that's because when you separate your concerns out, instead, all I have is a whole bunch of things that this is pushing out as information. It's pushing out what your current speed is, the current direction that you're moving, and if this is even moving to begin with, right? And other things can tap into this script and get the current situation of the script from these three methods. So it's unfair, though, to just say, hey, you know, this is the way that you should do it, because there's a difference in that this is just based on code that I've done before. And so this is really just like, you want to talk about it. It's like the accumulation of that code, and I'm just stripping the parts of it away that I don't need. And like, you see how like this part is right here still? Let me see if this... Yeah. So you see like how this code is still here? Like we could technically just get rid of this. We don't use this at all. Right? But... And so like I just did that and just I keep on stripping the parts of the code that I don't need. And then I just end up with exactly what I need for this specific game. But in more complicated stuff, like if I was using a 3D model and I wanted all of my functionalities, I would just go to that code, copy, paste everything, and just leave it that way, and I'd have a floating capsule with all of its features. But we only take what we need. So in his case, maybe this new project of his is a new direction, and so he doesn't have that code to just go grab and then bare bones strip it down to what he needs, or just bend on it. And so what happens is stuff, and I'm going to show you now my dirty little code. You end up with stuff where it looks more like what I call shotgun code. Ability data. Right? Where now you end up with basically you're just doing stuff like this and this, and how many if conditions do I have here? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is a small thing, right? I have 4 if conditions on this. Now I use if conditions as like as a barometer, because for how messy code is starting to get, because it means that now you're considering all of these different things. So you have to ask, why is this code concerned with all of these different things? These concerns should be separated to the best of your ability. So the more if conditions I see in a method, the more I know that if something breaks, I'm going to be checking in many different places. Okay. So yeah, you end up, there's different reasons to end up with shotgun code. It's not wrong, you just have to make sure you document. I mean, I'm just happy that the reason why I'm doing this is to share this stuff, right? Like I share my code so much on Discord, and it's like at a certain point I realized I was sharing the exact same stuff over and over and over again. So I said, you know what? I'm going to just stream making a video game. And That's it. And so, like, now I don't have to keep on answering. I could just point to, hey, you know, there's this whole series of stuff. If you just go through it, you'll find something in there at some point. Right? Like, if you see somebody come in and say, I've made this video game in like 5 hours, and it's because they probably have like a whole library of code, and they just literally grab, like, let's go back to this real quick. What's this crying about? Ah, forgot. There we go. So, I'll show you. Let's hide the mission UI real quick. I'll show you. This is just how coding is supposed to be done, right? And maybe for some way this will help you not be so afraid of it, or just so they get it. So we have our player here. This is our player script, right? And you'll see that it looks like it's doing a ton of stuff. Now, let's break it down real quick. We have the top level of this, right? If I open this up, so this is the script itself, player. If I click it and open it, this is my player script. You'll see that there's not really much in here, right? I mean, I commented all of this, but I could easily just get rid of it. Right, this is just me testing effects and stuff, but it was just testing. A lot of this stuff is just debugging, but you see that there's really not much in here. It inherits actor movement, right? And again, actor movement is just doing its own thing. It doesn't know about player. It doesn't know anything about player, right? And then it doesn't even reference the actor. Like, it doesn't know anything, because this is simply just code I copy-pasted from someplace else. And I could easily just make this a separate component and name actor anything else, right? Like, it's just my old code. It's just the way I made it. It does need to know about rigid body, though. So that's the only dependency. And then actor, similarly, it really doesn't need to know about much. Like, I'm mostly just using this for testing grounds for stuff. If you notice, the class is like basically empty. Right? It's just a whole bunch of empty methods that I'm just testing out different things in. But then you have characters that are moving around and attacking and things like that, right? So right? And here's the funny thing. The enemies are working off of the exact same script. There's literally nothing different between the enemy script and the player script. Up until... sorry, the actor scripts. They're both inheriting actor and actor movement. So now, you'll notice that the player has smoke or whatever, puffs of whatever on the ground when they move. This is now the part where I'm going to visualize what you just saw in the code. In order to do that, this part, I just, instead of adding it to the script for the player, I just went here and made a separate script for it, right? And I just turned it off, and you'll see that it's gone now. Right? If I turn it on, oops. If I turn it on, it's back. Right? And so now the question is, well, how is it doing it? Well, first I had to give it a reference to the player. So it needs to know that there is a player, or rather, it needs to know about the actor, because it needs a reference to actor movement. So we pass this in some way, somehow, and we have to give it a prefab particle for it to use. But from there, this code is completely independent of anything else. There's no other requirement for it to just function. Right? And so this is what's called in coding encapsulation. Right? We're just encapsulating this particular feature, the particles on the ground, to its own script, and then we move on. So as you continue to encapsulate different parts, you can go too far in encapsulation, sure. But this is pretty much fair game, because now what it is, I can just take this and do literally just copy paste this onto the enemy, and it'll work just fine because it's not entangled directly into the player script or the movement script or anything like that. That's the essence of object-oriented programming, or rather, the ECS systems of being able to work through different components, right? When you're breaking apart your code into different components for your project to work. Welcome back, Roman. I was just trying to break the ice on Stoner with getting into programming. Like the hard part is breaking the ice and showing people it's not so intimidating. All right, let's go back. Right? And that's it. So like trail is just handling trail. Like you got to think about it in terms of features. Does this feature need to be so ingrained with the main code, or can it just be its own thing? Trail can just be its own thing. So I just made it its own thing. Right? And in fact, because I didn't want to keep on replugging in information into Trail, I turned it into a prefab. So I just drag and drop it over here, basically, on its own object. Otherwise, the alternative was to just make it a component on enemy directly, because you can do that with it as well. Right? The code doesn't it doesn't have too many contexts to worry about, in other words. All right. All right, let's get back to it. Yeah. Indeed. The most satisfying feeling I get is when a feature is so feature complete that I know I can just leave it alone. Like this class over here, actor movement, I'm just always happy with it because I never really have to go back into it. Once it's done, and I know that this is working. Any problem I bump into is not related to this. You know what I mean? And like this is feature complete. Any problem I bump into is not going to be related to this at all. It's a done class. Work is done. Like, that's it. It's over. Okay, so I think we need to make a static reference. We'll do that down here. Now, we could technically do this through scriptable objects. I'm just being lazy and doing it through static member. Yeah, your project right now is shotgun to it's to the max. I don't know if you're going to bump into problems because you're trying to get you have a straight up deadline in like a month, right? So, or by the end of the month. So you might end up being able to push something out before you end up in problems. But I hope my only hope for you right now is that there isn't too much that's going to happen where they say, hey, we want to add a new feature. And then you're going to go back and be like, ha. I mean, I can picture you already. Like, you do it with a smile, but I mean, that's going to be rough. uh, um, like I could see, at the most I can see is like a passive aggressive smile about it. Um, so rarities, I guess we could come up with different rarities, right? So we can start with how many rarities are we gonna have? Let's say that we have 7 rarities. One sec. Okay, we got some names. So we'll start with... Oh, actually, we can do it this way. Can we do it this way? I don't think we can do it this way. Yeah, we can't. But we could do it this way. We should have white as an option, right? Yeah, there it is. So... Alright, so it's going to be uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and divine. Yeah. We, for the most part, yeah, it's most of the time it's like that. I mean, if you get gigs or anything like that, then it depends on like what exactly is needed, but yeah, for the most part. Mythic. But I posted the other day, yesterday. Got to be careful, because even when you think you're working through like legitimate means, you'll end up bumping into some very dangerous people. Never share your information if you're doing gig work. Yeah, let them go through whoever you're working with. You should never have to give up your own information, basically. All right, we're gonna make this one green. Purple, orange, red, and gold. Blue. Purple. Huh. All right, we have to figure out purple in a second. Red. Orange. Okay. We have to figure out orange in a second also. So let's go white on this. Okay, so this needs to be purple. This needs to be orange. Needs to be gold. Figure out which. Yeah. And it looked like it was legitimate too. That's the thing. Like for a second it almost had me. It was like as I looked at it and I was like, wait a second. This thing looks the first thing that caught my attention was that the attached image looked blurry. And then I was like, yeah, wait a sec. So I stopped and then I just like did a double take on it. And I was like, there is no way this is legit. So I sent it through to Fiverr and just let them handle it. Okay, so it's one to get purple color, it's 0.5, 0.5. Gotcha. Okay, to get orange, it is 1, 0.65. And to get gold, it's 1,084. That should be gold. Okay. So now that we've made this, the next step is to do a public static color, get color, and we are going to pass in color key. All right, so now we do a private. So you work freelance all the time. Also, what is the most common request or kind of work you take? Um, Different people. So yeah, in my case, it's usually just like feature building, but different people get different things. I know another person who gets consultant stuff a lot more often. But usually I like to stick with just building out features. But it depends also, because you could also get debug work. So it really depends on who it is and what it is that you're targeting. Not all gigs are the same. It can be very different. The crazy ones are the ones where they just want you to build out like entire. You could do that, but it takes time. At least for me, it takes time. Mythic, divine, and gold is the last one. And yeah, I think that's it. So now we just need to do. You were doing so well, autocomplete. There we go. There we go. There we go. So now we have our way of handling that. So we could actually go back here now and do this. Instead of doing it this way, right? We could do this. Should we log the... I think we should also log it, so let's do it that way. But my biggest problem is I need to always check it. Like, I'll sometimes end up doing this stuff, and then I'll forget to check, and then I'll end up getting, like, folks coming by and just missing them completely. So I have to get better about checking it daily. At most, I want to keep it to, like, maybe 12 hours downtime between when I check it. So every 12 hours, I just go on and check, see what's going on with it. And you're not bombarding me. Don't worry about it, man. That's easy. That's light work. Super easy. Okay. So we can do this. Public. There we go. Okay, now we're ready to populate stuff. So now we can go amount is going to be equal to data dot amount. Well, sure, we'll leave it like that. Max quantities. Color. is going to be equal to inventory. Rarity dot. What did I make a mistake with? You know what? We'll do it this way. Because we can. There. Gotta love it, right? Okay. So now we get the color that way. And so we set this from jump just by setting that. Okay. And the most important thing about this class right here is we need to implement a new interface for dealing with the inventory. Okay. So iInventory item is going to need to have a public int amount. Ah, oops. Ah, there we go. That gonna work? No. Forgot how I did it in the past. I wanted to do it that way, but it looks like we're going to just do it this way. Because I can't remember how to set that up proper. Okay. Ah, and now autocomplete is doing it for me, so this is the way that it was supposed Okay, sure. This is actually how it was supposed to be done. Whatever. It's terrible. Okay, sure. I think that's all it's going to need. There we go. Yeah, yeah, especially on for mine for for loops, it is devious. Like there's times when I'll just be doing like a series of for loops, so I just I just start tabbing through them, and then I find out that instead of doing like for greater than I, it's doing like for greater than 0 or some random thing. I'm like, holy cow! So I'm like getting out of range exceptions. Like there's really no chill with it. Let's see. It just depends, right? It depends on what type of timing it's on because there's no chill. When it wants to mess you up, it does. Let's see. So we want to change the amount. So the amount is going to be equal to. Oh, actually, we could just do it like this. I think we have to do a clamp on this. Yeah, actually, we have to do it this way. If okay. So this is the beginning now of our inventory system. We've created this, which is going to be pretty important, and we've given it these accessors to our item. I'm debating if we should have the ability to access changing the maximum quantity of any item. I don't think we should. Right? I don't think we should. So now when we create this this item, we'll be able to do this, which now makes me think I don't need to make this abstract. But we should. And there's a reason why all of this should be abstract, I think. The reason is because this doesn't actually mean anything yet. Right? Because we need to have further definitions on this. So what's going to branch off from this is going to be equipment. So for now, we're going to make 2 items that are going to be the branch offs of this. One is going to be equipment items, and the other one's going to be consumable items. And they're both going to have unique methods to them that are part of their type. Right? But just as a baseline, we can always just use get data. And so we should be able to do something like this down the road. Right? And then we'll be able to get equip like that. That's the goal. That's the vision. That's where we want to get to. So once we do this, then we can test out we can equip the weapon that we have. Right? And that's the vision. The equipment manager. This will handle itself, trying to attach itself to the equipment manager. So let's get to where we can do this part. All right, so we need to make two scriptable two scripts for each scriptable object. As soon as Unity lets me get back, there we go. Okay. Create. So the first one is going to be the equipment data. Yeah, data is fine. Global namespace equipment data already contains... Oh, we already have equipment data somewhere. Ah, looks like we're already heading down this direction. So... let's delete this one. Where is it? Equipment data. Ah, weird. That's so weird. Let's delete this one. Weapon base, create. There we go. Make that inherit inventory item data. Then we just get rid of that. Okay. Now this should work. There we go. And this has a reference. Oh, okay. So we're gonna do that. Okay. I think we should be stable to go back to Unity now. Looks like it. Okay. Okay, so this should be over here. Okay. So we have the equipment data here. We're not really going to populate this too much. Because the item pretty much already contains most of what I think we're going to need here. We just need this. We just need really two things here. We need a public override key, not modulo 2. There we go. Create. Okay, and we also need here public class equipment inventory item. This is correct, right? Yeah, okay. All right, and now it's giving me this error because I need to create a constructor for it. That's what it's warning me. Right, and we want to pass through two things into this constructor at all times. One is the equipment data, and we want to pass in the we want to pass in the actor. Well, let's leave it as object for now. Because we don't know what it actually is. So then we go over here and we pass space. Sure thing. Take it easy, brother. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. It's a little bit slower, but we're getting there. We're getting it done. So now we don't really need anything here. Again, this is just for the name. What we actually need is this. Public void equip. All right, and then public void unequip. These are the two things that we need. So now, actually, now that I'm looking at it, we do need the list. So over here, in this right here, we need a new thing. We need a private. Whoops. Here. We need a list of the effects data that we had made previously. Right. Okay. Okay. So basically now we have access to effects, which we made 3 days ago now. And through this, when we equip something, we can trigger the effect, and when we unequip something, we have to remove those effects. So, so now, actually, this is a little bit more complex than I wanted to give it credit for. This is supposed to be a little bit different. That's my GD script peeking through. That's about to happen. So this is called a lazy initialization. Basically, even though we've constructed it, we're just going to initialize it after the fact, whenever we're ready for it. So we had to do this first to initialize this. Otherwise, we'd run into an error here. All right. So now okay, so basically these are scriptable objects. They're useless to me except for just being raw data. What I'm doing is converting them over into runtime information through GameEffect. GameEffect is very similar to this class. It's also an item. It gains all of the benefits that we have just gained through programming this stuff in. So we don't have to go and do too much in here. What this is going to do is create the runtime data and then store it over here for this item, right? So this item is at a different level, has its own unique properties. It's its own unique item right now at runtime. This over here is just the raw data. It is not unique. It is shared by everything that references this. We don't create unique instances of this, right? Okay, so now we go effect, add. So now we created the runtime information. There we go. Right, and this call should look familiar. It's basically the same thing that you're going to find in all of these different classes. This is what's called a factory pattern. Right? And we'll pass through, just in case we have something here, onto these also. Okay. So now this information is here. Let's do this public. There we go. And instead of doing this private, let's make this protected. We want to have access to these classes down the stream. So the difference between private and protected is private is only accessible to this class and within this class. But we want to get access to things that might inherit this class. So we put protected. So now because this is protected, we can go down to, what's this? This is gone. Where's equipment? There it is. Okay. We can go down to this because we inherit that. We now have access to these properties. Where's these properties? Okay. So we also want to create this method, private void simulate equipment. So this will let it be that we can augment the stats as displayed by this when we try to get back information from this about information regarding it, right? What does that mean? So like if you hover over it, you get a tooltip about an item and like what it provides. Well, how does it know what it provides compared to like what you already have, that kind of thing? So that's what this is taking care of, or is going to take care of. Okay. But we're not going to really populate this yet. We just needed to make this. There we go. Okay. So, okay, I think that's it. So let's make the oh wait, I think we need do we need yeah, no, we don't need consumables right now. Let's just go and make the inventory. So the inventory is not a component. In this case, we're going to make it a system. Or should we make it a component? There are benefits to making the inventory a component, such as we can just drop it onto an object, and that object will suddenly have an inventory. Like, we could do that. But there's a loss about doing it that way. And that is that if the item's instance value should change, the inventory will lose association. Which, problem. So the way I want to proceed with it is to make it a system instead. We're going to put it over here. But we're going to make it its own script. Inventory. So this is going to inherit I inventory. And because we're not making it a mono behavior, we can do this. This might seem familiar. Okay, I think that's pretty much all of the baseline stuff that we're going to want for an inventory, right? We want the ability to add the item, remove the item, and we need some way of getting that item's information. Right? So in this case, if you remember, or if you are not, um, all my items that are in the game inherit through that sequence that we just looked at. Let's look at it real quickly, right here. So we have this, this, right, and it's going to go up. Okay, and so these all come from iGame data, and all iGame data objects have this address. Right? It's all part of this system that we have, this addressable system, which requires addresses on everything. The addresses are how we load things from data quickly. It's our addressable system. So we're leveraging the exact same addressable system and presupposing that all of these have completed addresses, which they should, because every single time that we initialize an item, it has to go through its initialization chain, and one of those chains sets the address. All right, actually, we can simplify the code here. There we go. Okay, so now we can yeah, okay. So now we can go back to the inventory that we were making. There it is. Let's close this for now. We don't need it open. Okay. Do we need anything else for inventory? We have the ability to add an item and pull an item from the inventory, as well as just getting item information. Okay. So we're going to create a struct over here that is going to be part of iInventory. Okay, and this struct is going to take in well, actually, we don't do that here. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now There we go. Now let's implement. So, very first thing is we know how we're going to identify, or we're going to key objects. We're keying it in based on the address. So we can just do public dictionary. Okay, next we have the, let's just name it key, we don't care. So this is actually not going to be like this, this is going to be a list. Okay, so why are we doing it this way? So we're going to make a helper for this, or a private method, which will create, it'll take, when we pass in an item here, it's going to do a comparison on that item within, so first it'll look, hey, do we have that item in the dictionary? That's right here. So we'll check for the address of this item when we try to add one. If we have it, then we also check, do we have a list of that item? If we do, then we have to run a comparison on that item within that list, which means that inventory item is going to need a new method, and we're going to need to implement it, which is called bool is comparable. Okay. And we're also going to need a method for the string. One sec. There we go. Okay. Right, so now we have to implement this. So let's do that here. This one, the first one is simple. Just do that. The second one is a little bit here. That should solve that. Yeah, okay. All right. So we need to check if the item that we get here matches this in any meaningful way. So first we have a result going to be equal to false. And then we'll say, well, actually, we could just do it this way. Item dot rarity equal to rarity and I think that's really it. You want to make sure that the rarity of these two items are the same. Right? We could always change the effects on each item, though. Like later on, we might have like an upgrade system where we upgrade certain items with certain effects differently. Right? So it'll be the same item, same rarity, but we'll be changing the effects around and stuff like that. So let's add in... didn't add that here. Am I using link queue? I don't want to use link queue. Yeah, we are. I don't want to use link queue. Let's do it this way. For a call like this, I don't feel like link queue is a good option. Because inventory iterations tend to be interesting. Sometimes they're heavy, sometimes they're not. You want to be as lean as possible. So we need to go through each effect inside of our effects and ensure that each effect is different, or is the same, rather. Link queue would be so good right now, though. Okay, gotcha. I was doing it right the first time. There we go. Okay, awesome. So basically, first we check to see if the rarity is the same. If it is, then we set the result to true. So then we can just return false here. We don't actually need to go any further. Right, these are two different items at this point. But if we get past this, then we can check if the effects are the same on these. And we can do this just by checking the addresses on the effects. And if the addresses are the same, then regardless of how you, because all of these effects are unique, but so regardless of that though, they're pretty much always going to be the same things, right? And later on we could actually just do a straight up effect.compare. All right, I think we could actually do that now, but I haven't made that, and I want to finish the inventory. I don't want to go into all of that yet. Like, it's basically the same concept, it's just that it's for effects. I think it has it, though. No, it doesn't. Okay. So, let's go back to the inventory. So, why did we make... I mean, if you want, I could explain why we made this struct in a second, but it's basically just going to come back and help us out down the road. And then we're going to need a private... before we do this, let's build this out and see where it leads us. I feel like we're going to need that helper, but let's do this. So first, we want to check if... Let's get the easy stuff out of the way when we're adding an item, right? First, we want to check if... First, we want to check if the key value pairs I get the value of the item.address. Right? And we will out found. Okay. So if we find that there is a list that is addressed already to this, then we pull that out. So now we are going to need this. So now we do add item. And we will provide the found list, the item to be added, and the amount of that item to be added. Okay, so now some of these items have like a max quantity, right? And so we'll be worrying about that at this level. This level. So first we do a 4. For each element in the collection. Um, Okay, so if the item is comparable to the element inside of the collection and the quantity is less than, then we do that, right? Now, if we go through the entire collection and the quantity is still... Oh, right, we need to do this part. So if the item is comparable, if the amount is less than the max quantity, then we immediately just set it else. Oh, whoops, backwards. Let's do it this way, yeah. All right, and to just make our lives simple, we'll always just set that to always be 1, unless we want to change it directly. All right, so if we just type add item, and then the item will always add 1 of that item. Do it, and we'll do something similar here. Where is it? On remove. We'll always just try to remove 1 item. Okay, what did it? Oh, why the heck did it over there? There we go. Not sure what just happened. Okay. Let's play this through. We have, let's say, an item that can only have 10, and we have an amount of 90. And we only have 1 of that item already inside of the collection, right? Then first we do for each element inside of the collection. And if the item is comparable to that element in the collection, we'll try to insert that item into the item's amount in some way. Now, we should be able to get out of this for loop at a certain point, and if the amount is still greater than 0, then we're going to add a new item to the collection. So we can go collection.add item. Yeah, add item. And then we can say the item if the amount is still greater than the item.max quantity, then we can get the yeah, at this point we should do a while loop. While amount is greater than So what is this looking like in the end? It's that if we go and we say we want 10,000 of an item, it will attempt to add 10,000 of that item. But because we're working with item caps, it'll create a new item in the item slot in our inventory for each item that we've gone past the cap. So if it's like let's say we have 1,000 and we have 100 cap, then it's going to create 10 new items in the item slots. So if the amount is greater than 0 and the item and the amount max quantity, so what we'll do is there we go. Oh, I see what we forgot also. So, this is the answer to the question of, well, what if it's not comparable? We have to do create slot here also. Should we do it that way? No. Okay, good. Okay, and that'll create a slot each time. Okay, so if the slot is, if we've managed to go through, this is the core of it right here. Right, so first we go in and we check. So, hold on, actually, let's start from the top. we do an add item. We check to see if the amount is greater than 0, as we don't want to remove items this way. And then we check first, do we already have this item in our inventory? Right? In our... Actually, you know what? Bypass this. Yeah, bypass this. No. I don't know. We're going to need that. Okay, my bad. Yeah, so we're going to check to see if we have this collection type. So let's change this to collection. That will help clarify it for me in the future. There we go. Right? This is the list of the iInventory items. Okay, then once we do that, then we put this into here and we check for each item inside of that collection. Or do we have, what's the comparison, right? Are they comparable? If it is comparable, if whatever the item is, if we find one that's identical to it, we'll attempt to change its amount and reduce the amount based on however much we've put in. So if it's less than the quantity, then we just put this in. If it's more than, then we use this instead, which will basically just keep reduce the amount. Reduce the amount to right here, and then it'll just add in the difference. Then if we've come out of this and we still have an amount, in other words, if we go through this part, then we need to create a new slot, right? But we're going to get there in a second. Before we get there, we have to go through the else. This is if we don't have anything that is comparable. Now, technically, I don't think we even need this. I think we're going to get rid of this. Now that I look at it, I think we're good like this. Because if we hit this, then we've reduced it already. But if we still have some, then we'll go through this while loop creating. Yeah, there we go. I don't think we needed that other part. But yeah, this will just create the slots. And while the amount is greater than that. I don't think this is right. So I think what we want to do here is we want to do this. Oh, whoops. Do that here. There we go. Simplify this a little bit. Okay, that looks good. Let's run it through. So basically, we've gotten through here, and we still end up with stuff. So that means that we need to create extra slots inside of this collection. So we also don't want to overshoot, right? So we'll do a while loop, and as long as the amount is greater than 0, then we'll just run create slots. We set the running amount, which is how much we have right now, to the amount. And then we pass that through as a reference, meaning that the changes that we make to it here will happen outside of this as well. It's a reference. It stores it as a reference, basically. So when we go here and we set this amount, either this or the max quantity, we are basically changing this running amount to the amount that we need, and then we add that amount to the amount that we want to change by. Then when we come back out, we go back to our amount, and then we reduce it. So let's put it through. So let's say that the amount here is like 900 and the max is 100. That means that we'd be passing in 900 here. The minimum amount would be 100. This would become 100. We add in 100 here. Then when we come out here, we subtract from the amount 100. And then we set this to being the new amount, which is 800. And then we run through it here again, through the while loop until this is equal to 0, or less, is not any longer greater than 0. Make sense? Right. Okay. So that should be it for adding an item. We just need to now handle if we don't have this. So if we do not have an item in the inventory, right, or if this is a completely new situation, we can just do this. There we go. There we go. Pretty cool. Can we do this? Get away with it? I think we can. Hmm. That's cool. Okay. I don't think we need it, now that I look at it. Yeah. Oh, I see where we would need it. Okay, gotcha. Can we just do this here? No, we can't. Is it going to end up with the same problem? Brr. All right. Fine. You win. All right, so those are the two helpers that we needed for the add item function. There we go. Next, we have the get item. Right, so this is where we're going to need item info stuff. I think we're going to need two different calls here. And expand it by one method. So let's go down here. I don't think we're going to need item info then, if we do it that way. Yeah, I think we don't need this anymore. If we do it this way, we don't need this. There we go. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec. Okie doke. Yep. Needed to get something to drink. Right. So, remove item. We can just do it the same way. The good thing I actually took that walk, because this actually helped clarify some stuff for me. So if... No, I think that actually we could go about this slightly differently. We don't need comparable in this case. We know specifically what item we want to remove. Right? So since we know exactly the item that we want to remove, we can just do this. Oh, I see. We need to think about this. If we're doing a drag and drop affair, then when we remove the item, we know exactly which item we want. So the item that we're dropping in there has an ID. Use that ID. And if that's the case, we don't actually... The amount is greater than items quantity, just return. First, we need to remove an element. Otherwise, I think we did a duplicate. Okay, this is going to transfer over into our swap system. Okay, so first we check to see if the inventory actually has that item in. It does, then go through the collection. First we store the ID. Then we go through the collection to look for the same item with that ID. Find it, and the amount. The max quantity. We just remove the item and then return it. Because we're from the, or whatever, temporarily or permanent. Just remove, passing it back. So like, let's say that we're drag and drop and we're swapping. This would in effect something like. This is not technically for that. This would, what this would do is, let's say you have two different inventories open. One belonging to your bank and belonging drag and drop. You'd effectively be doing this. Drop it in. Right? This is averse to when you're just dragging and dropping into the same. In that case, it's more of a UI trick, not so much. This level is when actually happening and we get to. Oh. Okay. So otherwise, we will duplicate the item. So let's say like you have 500 of an. I want to bring 50 in. Duplicate that item. Change the. Oh yeah, no, this is. So we zero out, and then we change amount back up to what it should be. This is a little bit different than add, because with add, we don't know if we compares to this item. We just know that we're trying to. So now, we build the UI side of this to interact. Oh, because at certain points you're probably not even dealing with when you're an item with 50 has a cap of 70, checking in to that item. With the I could now hook it through the inventory, right? Or I could just do a quick check if item already has an item. If it does, like we could actually do that. Let's do that right. That way we just have one. There we go. Now, technically, we could have done this in comparable, but right. I would say that this is more if I wanted to do identical. This item is this item and that we're trying to add. Just change that amount to 0. Okay. I feel like I got something wrong, but we're okay. Item one more. We just remove from that ID. Duplicate if we get items. I yep. Oh, we get the idea. Now this should never, ever a case that we get like item and we like its type. So let's say since all items that we get from the item, if we want to get it as equipment, and now item is type of, right? I think it's, I'm thinking of, I don't know. We could do that. Want to use, mean, this is basically the same thing as just link it garbage collection. Great. Don't think this is going to be used so often. That's the problem. Yeah, so we really didn't end up. Okay, good. All right. Why are you crying? Want get I. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So now with the next, we need to make eyesight. Oh, son of a gun! I just realized I promised. I I promised to make this something that would really app doing it, adding this, you having it, you having it. You could do it without it. Just that this way, I did this so that way I didn't have to do this down the road. Like now, because right. That's the only real reason why I added that here. You could get away without doing that. You just need to put an is statement. You just need to put an is statement and the exact same. I just wanted to have one code. Oh boy. Okay. And so now let's work on the UI inventory. Okay, good stuff. Oh, brother. Just real. We've probably done this. I just had like an epiphany. It's going to be a massive overhaul. What we did. It'll look better. Get rid of those for now. This will now become this. We need to... I guess we have to put. Scheiße. Sorry. Yeah, rarity background doesn't matter. This is nice. Okay, I like this a lot more than what it was. Okay, done. Yeah, I like this a lot better. All right. Makes more sense. And we uh and it doesn't show. I'm not sure what. Oh, still doesn't show. Nothing. Oh, whatever. Now we just need to. Yes. Sorry. I think the layer masks are screwed up. Like the text might be appearing behind because the canvases are on different layers. But you would think that all of the children would inherit, like they inherit it over here, but they don't inherit it in Weird. Pixel default there. As usual. That's 1, 2, character. That'll allow for 18 characters. That's not bad. I'm just frustrated that this one isn't showing for some reason. Or what I'm missing. It wants me to delete it, I guess, and then... Oh, wait, hold on. Where the heck? Now it's in the right place. Maybe it's invert. Nope. Oh, what's going on? Ah, there it is. I don't know why. Don't ask how it got inverted. We just do. I'm gonna bring this to be a bit lower than. That looks good. Yeah, okay. Maybe it might be better to do it this. What the heck? The heck? Panel is over here. This is I don't even want. Okay. Go here. Okay, looks like it corrected it. Nope, it's way out there. Where's the panel? Panel is right there. Trying its darndest to make sure that I have to put this over here. Get it. Like, what the I don't know. I legit, Unity has beat me up on that one. You got me. Off system. Anchor is correct. Everything is default. Unity got me. You win, Unity. Like, I have no idea why this thing is over here, but you're rendering it on this side. Over here. Crazy. Different. Heck, it doesn't even show anymore. Maybe I just need to have a setting. I don't know. I just bump in. I always bump into these problems. It feels like I just find ways of screwing things. I got no free. Why? I don't want to delete that. You know, I'm just gonna delete the panel. Gonna make me have to go into. Oh no. Try that one more time. Create a panel. All right, let me just double check the first in the. Yes, it is. This text being this. Let's create a. Okay. Panel will have two texts. Like I said, Godot's way of setting this stuff up is just, if I could just yoink that and you gotta be so happy every time I have to. Like, it would make sense if I had like a ton of spaces or something like that over here. Oh, it was just X by itself. It was like appearing way out there. Okay, so we're gonna make this change between and oh shoot. I forgot to change the font. I think it's 15 bit font. This one will all. Doesn't matter. That's good enough. Right, now we'll change the panels and okay. A little bit. Ugh, sorry. All right, so we'll go down to about 10. Okay. Then we have one more thing to do. Have frame. This thing is harsh. Get down a little bit. Right. Okay. Okay, awesome. Good enough. I think that's good enough. We just need to rework item slot a little bit because this is now around. So that's this. Already background is that. Have to. This is the change the name. Ah, whoops. There is something weird going on here with the way that Yagui is handling this. So one of the big issues with Unity is when you build out, a lot of the Yagui stuff breaks, and that's always just been an issue. So if you bump into an issue with Yagui like this, it probably deserves some digging. Oh, let me check right here. First let's disable this one. And we're gonna bring this down, see if that fixes it. No, it's just not displaying. It probably has something to do with scroll rec. More than likely when I restart Unity, it'll suddenly start working. Okay. So now if we just keep adding. Alright, awesome. Okay. So now we need something that's going to manage these items. I figure we can probably put it... Yeah, we could probably put it here and get away with it. This is a UI component. A non-generic type list. Oh. So, again, in this case, when we pick up items in the missions, it's just like Monster Hunter. They don't go into our character's items per se. They go into the item that the inventory rather that belongs to the item report manager. So in order to get that inventory, we just need to do didn't think so. There we go. All right. So now, when we pick up an item, we need we need to do a couple of things. We need to link this inventory to when the player picks up the item. And again, we're considering always multiplayer, so we need some way of getting the player that we care about. So, we're gonna do this on. Actually, we're gonna do this here. For now, we're gonna do it this way: public static. Should we do it this way? No, we're gonna do it this way. Actually, we know that this is going to be the player, so. Okay. We can't fill this out yet because the player doesn't have an inventory yet for us to send this, to remove the items and send the items to the player. So I'm going to just leave this blank for right now. Right here, we could do the subscribe. There we go, player. Oh, oops, wrong. Mm. Oh, that's what it's called. Okay. Yeah, man, I'm going forever and ever and ever, never stopping right now. Set a goal and I'm gonna meet it. Typically, I stop when the music stops, though. All right, talking to your woman. All right, I understand. Let's see. Okay. Ah, cool beans. I'm hoping it's at least helpful what I'm doing. Like, uh, I don't know how much longer. I try not to look until I just hear it stop. But they're usually about 6 hours is usually what I go at. I usually grab them randomly. Let's see. Maybe he doesn't like the stream owner. I mean, that's a thing too, you know. He has agency. Ah, well, thank you. Let's see. Okay. No, but I hope you are like pulling information from this that might be useful to you. That's I f- I would be happy just for that, you know? Okay. So we tied it into the our event system. So this is the event bus from before. I'm not going to really relitigate it. I've explained it thoroughly in previous streams. So now on the I've lost track of my UI. Where is it? Inventory. Man, oh, it was right here. Okay. So um so we're going to use these two methods. We're going to use these two methods to track down when whichever player is interested. So the way that it works in multiplayer is that each player is going to be instancing with their own report. They have their own UI. The first thing that we're going to do is that each player is going to want to subscribe to their own UI. So all we have to do later on, we're building for that concept later on, is to check the key, the instance key for this, and just get the one that is on the player side and then connect this to it. Right? So that's a simple one-line step to get that to work with this setup. So now try connect. This is our system. So now this will work. Whenever the player picks up an item, this player, the one that we got, it will now fire this off. Right? And it'll try to add an item to this inventory. To finish this off, let's actually handle the unsubscribe real quick. Player dot actually I think this is a game. This is not a player issue. This is not a thing right here. Instead, what we should be doing is mission Sweet. Right. And so now we just need to make that here. So now what we do is we need to get each. So we can get. All right, let's do it this way. We can go like this. Our list equal to. Okay. Then we can do. Then we can do. So this is probably going to have a I also. Put that there. So we should probably pass this through. Oh, no, we're calling it this way. Overthinking. But we don't need to worry about that. Actually, we haven't built this half of the system or this portion of the system out yet. This is a game event system. This is not a system that's just in the report manager. So this is going to be a debug setup. You call it like that. This is just to get it into a quick test. When we actually develop the game event system, this is obviously going to have to go away. And then this is going to have that iGame event stuff going on. So here we do this. So this is temporary, but it is what it is. You know what would make sense? What makes a lot of sense here? Let's go back to this. The inventory. That makes a lot of sense. Instead of doing that pattern so many times, we could just do it once here. Oh wow, nothing really comes to the top of my head. Honest with you, like nothing is popping. It's just I mean, it's just nothing is going to beat practice. You know what I mean? That's really it. As much as I've gone through, as much as I've experienced, it's just nothing is going to beat practice. You're going to have to develop bad habits and then realize they're bad habits. That's just my hot take there. Okay. Okay. And that's it. So now we just return items. Oh, no, we did. Yeah, all items. So this is supposed to be a list. Go. What are you complaining about now? Oh, no, we did it. Get all items. Oh, okay, gotcha. Where? Yeah, and I mean, you know, just I learned a lot. I would say a lot more from just watching how other people implement than anything else. And then, of course, no, actually, number one is my own mistakes. Number two is other people's mistakes. I need to learn how to inverse that. If I was actually very smart, I'd learn from other people's mistakes, but I learn from my own more often than others. So there we do. We just do get all items. Oh, I mean, what pattern? So I went over twice so far. A couple of pretty high level intermediate patterns. Um, or rather, I should say, the ending of intermediate. Like once you've reached the understanding of that pattern, there's about two of them, two or three, where once you understand them, you're pretty much moving from intermediate into an advanced level of coding, where you know at from that point going forward, it's just years of experience until you become what would be the equivalent of a senior level engineer, right? And so that's a journey in itself. But before that, uh, you're still always going to just be floating around that intermediate until you kind of just get those patterns to be second nature. Right now, I'm still not even, those aren't really even second nature to me. Like some of them are, some of them aren't. Um, I mean, I share. That's all I can say. I hope that it helps because in my case, it was pretty much a school of hard knocks getting forward, especially when I started messing with HLSL. Like that's when the one language I gave up on just utterly was HLSL because you don't learn HLSL, you just know it. You have to just know HLSL. I need a couple of things available to me when I'm scripting in HLSL. I need one, an AI, two, a textbook, three, a couple of tabs open to just reference materials on it because none of it is intuitive. There's like certain things where it's basically uh, cryptography at that point. Like literally, it's cryptography. It's like 11211, and it's like, okay, so what are you really talking about here? And what they're talking about is like the pattern for uh, a uh, a style of understanding how to do a render on specific vectors. And it's like, how is anyone supposed to know that? Well, you go to page 752 in the DirectX book, and it's there. Like, okay, yeah, you got me. Yeah, it's basically it's literally just cryptography. When I remember when I was first trying to learn it, I just said no. Like there was no the person who wrote it did not have a good understanding of how to teach, or never intended for it to be used to be learned from. Like it's you just have to know it. You have to either you have to have all of the material at your fingertips to fluidly because you'll end up spending. That's why shader graph is just so amazing for. Okay, so this doesn't exist yet. We also need to do get addresses. So that's actually a thing we should do. One sec. Now, for the record, you could actually put these as an INumerable and then get that back, and it would still work, and it'd actually look cleaner than doing this. But I already started using Link, so why not just finish off the process, basically? um, Okay, there. So now let's go back to the... we don't need to do this anymore. Much of this is just not good. Can do... Let's comment this out for now. Some parts of it useful. Is it doing? Whatever. Nice. Okay, that's it. So now we have a completion method. So this is it. All right, so I'm going to set the goal for today. The goal is that I want to be able to drop an item onto the field. Or when I... Oh, no. Okay. The goal is to be able to just walk up to an item, pick it up, and the player should be able to add the item to this inventory over here, right? This inventory will then create this slot, and that's it. That's all we have to do. And it should tell us the amount, the name of the item, and that's it. Okay. So we actually don't need this. Okay. But the player does need to now register with the item report manager. So we'll do that in the player's initialize over here. All right. So now this player will subscribe to their instance of the item report manager. Okay. So from here on, technically all we have to do now is two things. We have to create an item. We have to create a world version of that item so the player can interact with it. And then we need to create a connection for picking up that item. So we're not going to extend, though we probably could extend player to do it, like just like have something in player to pick up items. I think that's actually better than creating. Is there a case where something else might want to pick up an item? I think there might be cases where you might have like an enemy that will run around and steal items from you, that kind of thing. So we probably could get away with doing that. Do it over here. So this will be a component engine and an actor. Oh, we have some issues over here. What's... Ah, right. Well, we need to make that first. Let's do that first before we do anything. Give the player an actual input. So this is actually going to be part of our actor data, I think. I want it to be part of act. Yeah, it makes sense. There. Yep, there we go. So inventory will now be equal to it. This is called a pass by, but it's a pass by with an automatic fulfill. Right? So we will never fail this, in other words. We'll always create an instance for us. Okay, so where's the player? There it is. So the player will subscribe to the item report manager. The player now has an inventory. All AI now have inventories that are possible to them. So now the next question is about the world item. Right? And we were about to make something. So let's do that. First one is the map. So we're going to create a new world item. These are the items that are going to have a prefab. It's just going to appear on the map, and we're going to need to create a prefab for this. Minimize this. Okay, so let's go here, create new, create an empty world map. And it's going to have this world item on it. It's going to also have the billboard script on it, and I think it needs to have a trigger. So a sphere collider. And we're going to set that trigger on, and that's it. Okay. I think that's it. So now let's just look over to where it is in the scene. Come out of 2D real quick. Player. There you go. Oh, wow. It's like way out there. Okay. So here's the thing. I almost violated rule number 1. Never connect your game logic to your visual. So we need to create a separate object. And we will call this visual. We got to remove billboard from this. Add it over here. As well as a image. No, it's sprite renderer. There we go. Okay. So now, the first thing this needs is a reference to that sprite renderer. Right? So we need on trigger enter. Okay. And we need to check if the thing that entered the trigger is capable of picking up, if it is an actor, thus is capable of picking up the object. I'm doing it this way because I want to see what happens if the enemy picks up an item also, like if anything breaks. But yeah, you probably want to, if you do this, probably want to like create some type of check to see who's picking up what. So we can do this if other is no, we can't do it that way. So instead we got to do this. Yeah, so we decided earlier we're going to make this a component on combatant. So actually, we don't need to go through all of that. We already have the inventory directly. All right, we need to pass this in over. Actually, I want it to be on awake, because if you make it unenable, people can grief it in game. That would be silly. Um, that's weird. Oh, okay, gotcha. What was that now? What would you say is the best game? Um, Definitely my Asteroids game. That one was definitely from start to finish. That one is on itch. Uh, but that has to be. A lot of people didn't like the way it controlled, but from a technical point of view, that was the introduction to a lot of the strong coding elements that I developed afterwards. It was my first introduction or self-introduction to um, management systems and collecting data that way. As far as the rest goes, probably the most fun was Bard. Because all of them, by the time I'm done, I feel like I'm exhausted, but it has to be one of the game jams. I'm trying to think like which one. So probably the tower, a reverse tower defense that we did in Godot. And that was strictly because I just enjoyed the Godot language, GD script, so much. It was more that, and plus, you know, the person who I was working with was pretty cool also, so it was nice. Both of us were programmers, and oh no, no, we had an artist with us as well. It was the same artist that I had talked about previously, and uh, he joined up, or rather, he was trying to get an artist, didn't go through, and then I was like, yeah, I know someone, and he was gracious enough to join us. And he basically he's one of those guys that you give him something to do and he'll get it done in like 30 minutes. He's just super quick. We never ask, well, I never asked too much from him though, but I feel like he could do a lot more than the pittance I ask him to do. Like I always try to be considerate with the artist because I don't want to like, you know, make them stress out too much. I think he's just way too quick. Like I ask him to do some tile sets and he's just done in like 30 minutes. Like, okay, yeah. A character done in like 5 minutes. It's like, all right. So the game item, so we add the item, game item. Uh, so we just need to cast this. There we go. So instead of doing this, we can do this. But we don't need to serialize this. Don't know why I had it serial. Does that work? Nope, it's not an input. Okay, gotcha. But we have to do it this way. There we go. That way we're casting it only once on awake, and then over here we're just processing stuff. Okay. Okay, done. So now if we want to change the items properties, this world items properties, we can just call set data on it. Now, next thing that we should do, but I'm not going to do that today because I just want to get straight into testing this, is make a manager for all world items. So when this comes into the scene, it should subscribe to a world item manager. And that's how we're going to be communicating with all of the world items in the future. For right now, though, we're just going to be using trigger instead. So the way that it is if we had just set up the manager, we wouldn't need to use trigger, because then we could just check if we're close enough. And then we could use the world manager to check that. For now, though, this is fine. This is how you begin to set a spatial partitioning, which is nice if you handle it correctly. It's very easy for it to go crazy. In this game, though, we don't need spatial partitioning. It's just so small compared to an infinite world game. So I think I might just stick with this, I'll be honest. I don't think we need to go pull in that direction. Alright, so we have the world item. Let's sprite renderer. We just need to, so we can just drop an item on it. And it will handle this on awake. Gotcha. Okay. So where is it? This is it right here. So we need access to our sprite renderer. Right, we forgot to do something. What? That's weird. Ah, I must have deleted it accidentally. We forgot something. We forgot something. We forgot. Okay, we have to do it this way. There it is. Okay. There we go. We developed quite a few systems, so let's put some debugs here. Print. Just to see like where we're getting. Let's increase the radius. So let's say 1. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. The sprite will be set once we set this. Just need access to the renderer. And we need item data for this. Okay, so remember that time when I was supposed to make that consumable, but then chose not to? It looks like we're going to be making that consumable script. Or we could probably use the equipment script. Yeah, let's try using the equipment script. Do we still have it open? Yep, we do. Alright, here we go. Oh, whoops. Technically, we're not supposed to do this. This is supposed to be... This class is supposed to be abstract, but I'm just doing this to test. Right? Because there's different types of equipment. So it's supposed to be based on the type that we are going to... This is just supposed to be rough stuff. But I am rushing to test this stuff out. Let's see what I named it in Unity. It is scriptable object. Gotcha. Okay. Huh. The famous last words. Let's see. New equipment, scriptable object, item, equipment. Okay. So yeah, this is again supposed to be an abstract class. We're going to be changing this later. We just need to create something real quick to test out. So, because I'm going to try to call it, let me actually check how much longer we have on music. Actually, we have quite a bit of time, but I'm gonna. The sunlight is gone where I am, so I'm just trying to like wrap this up. Let's see. I don't want to burn out because I want to repeat and complete this stuff tomorrow. Okay, so let's create those scriptable objects over here. Those. I create a new folder for this. Items. Inside of here, we will create a new one. Folder. Equipment. Okay. And then we're just going to create a new scriptable object. Everything looks fine. Default equipment. Okay, the display name will be default. Equip. Sprite, let's give it something random, I guess. I don't think we have any sprites for equipment. Oh, we have something. Have not created types for these yet, so we don't need to worry about that. Guess we can add an element, earth. I think you're falling asleep, man. Let's give this a max quantity of 100. And its rarity, I guess we can say legendary, just to see if the colors are going to be working. We're not going to give it any effects yet, but you can already see how this is coming together, just development-wise, right? Like, this is all of that code that you saw me putting together for the items. It's starting to look like something. So now I can just like go here and then like add like fire damage over time and stuff like that, right? And then on equip, this is going to do fire damage over time, or on hit water, things like that. So now we're going to drag and drop this onto this world item. And we just drag and drop this over here. So this is default equipment. It's not going to show up here yet. We're not doing anything in editor, but basically when we start, it should set that icon to look like a little sword. Let's actually bring it closer to the player so we can see it right away. Okay, so actually let's bring it a little bit further away. So we're not, like, we don't instantly pick it up. Okay, there. That, actually let's bring it behind us. You can see things very clearly over here. Alright, I'm thoroughly expecting this to crash out as soon as I start. We just got to figure out why. Oh, no, it worked right away. There's the item. What happens if I go and pick it up? Nothing, we don't pick it up. Oh, we forgot to destroy it, that's why. Huh. But yeah, it says that we picked something up. But we just forgot to run a destroy on it. I was absolutely expecting it to crash on something. Ah, there we go. Okay. We need some way to check if add item actually adding. So what we'll do is, um, okay. Now we can do a quick check. Right, it needs to be just that. I need to change that. There we go. I'm expecting this to crash. This is when I'm trying to get failure, and when I'm not getting failure, I start to get worried. Like, that means, so there's two reasons why I wouldn't get failure. One is that I'm passing by, right? And the other is that it's working properly. But I never make things that work properly the first time, so it's kind of scaring me. There we go. Ha. What are we complaining about? Oh, actually, I already know what that's about. I forgot to do this. These need addresses, so I just need to go over here and give it an address. Because it's going to come back saying, hey, there's no actual address on this. So, all right, let's try it now. See, now it has an address, so you now know where it is. Good. What are you complaining about now? Still the first or default list. What's going on here? Scripts, system, inventory, world item, untrigger, enter. What the heck? What are we saying? Null reference exception. Null value. So what's the null? All right. This is what I like. When it fails through, that means that I can knock out these little issues. When it doesn't fail through, I really start to worry. There we go. Okay. So the item so list isn't even being set. Get items should always return list. Okay, let's just do this. Because that, even though I'm happy it failed, it shouldn't fail like that. So let's just do this. Okay, now let's try it. It shouldn't fail anymore at that point, so I should be able to get past that. But the fact that it failed at that point means that the item isn't actually being added to the list. To the inventory. There we go. Yeah, see, so we managed to get past there. All right, congrats on it, man. Hold on, are you finished altogether, or you still have more frying to do? What is this saying? Line 36, null reference. Sure, I'm okay with that. Are you saying that this was a null reference? That video is 30 minutes long, dude? What exactly is it about? Is it just like, is it a tutorial video, or is it just you're showing off the game you're working on? Or is it like a compilation of the streams that you've been doing? Okay, so this is a good thing. The pass-by section of this is working perfectly fine. The downside is that we're not actually adding this item to the inventory. So now we can go in and check over here what's going on. So first things first, when we add an item, we're going to check to see if we have the address. If we don't. So instead, what we're going to do is we do list. We should get here. So let's just test this. All right. So at the minimum, we should have an empty list here. Okay. And then the next thing is we're going to go in and we're going to check if the IDs match with the inventory item in it. If it does, then we should get here. Because this is literally the same item. Okay. So so we are adding the item. And we are changing the amount on that item. And then we just return out. So the issue is somewhere over here. Get items. Oh. Autocomplete, man. Auto freaking complete. I never trusted. Okay. So now if the key value pairs, if it contains this, then we go through the collection and now we should get it. All right, let's try it now. We should not get the null question mark stuff. There we go. No nulls. Awesome. Okay, so now we should be able to test the, yeah, see? We didn't get that. Now we should be able to do this without it crashing. Which will tell me how much of that item I have in my inventory. Awesome. Okay. So now we need to do this. We don't actually want to add this to this inventory. Instead, what we want to do here. Instead, what we want to do is we want to do player, target player, or rather actor event bus dot invoke event and actor type. Oops. Oh, that's why.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah.
Okay. So if the player is the one that picks up the item, it goes into the mission inventory. So now we'll be able to check the mission inventory and visually see when it adds a new item. And then we'll just destroy this object. We don't need to test anymore. I passed that part.
Lions gone and cold.
Okay, next.
The birds have just begun.
Next, we need to
Always take a stand for the people.
make sure we invoke the unpicked up, after picked up, pass through the data. This is going to be looking here. This manager is going to be looking for that, and this is going to get that information and then plug it in.
Savannah,
right? That's the whole idea. And then we just add the item. Okay, awesome. So now, when it does this, we need to have a method here. Okay. So now, this should be easy. First we do var. All right, we get all of the items in our this inventory. And then we go so we need access to something. We need access to the transform, rect transform of the items folder. Right? And basically, first thing that we do when we go through this is do private void table all. Okay, and then we go var if items holder otherwise items. There we go. Okay, so first we start off by disabling all of the items in the inventory. Don't want them to be doing things yet. Then we want to populate those. We want to take the stuff that's in our inventory, and we're going to get that stuff, and we're going to have to find each item in the inventory or each item in the that are children of the items holder, and basically populate them with information. But if there's nothing there, okay, gotcha. So then we go like this. Var count is going to be equal to items.count if I think it's just straight. I think it's like that. We might get an error on that. I always forget how Unity handles the child count. I think you have to do -1, but I don't remember. If it's a count that also... No, it has to... No, we'll find out. It'll give us a out of range issue. So if the child count is less than that, then we do. Actually, we can just do this instead of doing it that way. And actually, this should be diff. Should we do despawn or not? I don't think we should. I think it's okay if we have more. More is better. We're going to have it there just because, but we're not going to put anything in it. If later on I decide we should do stuff with it, then... Because we can just... You know what? We could do this. No, we don't need to really do anything because we already disable everything here and we just re-enable the stuff that matters. So there's no real reason to be going through disabling excess stuff. Right, this takes care of that. So we only really need this. This is later on if we really want to destroy stuff. So let's spawn some stuff. So we don't need to tap my pooler for this, I think, because we're kind of technically doing it anyway here. Right? We don't need to. We're not destroying anything, really. We're kind of internally pooling anyway. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So go spawn the item. Or spawn the item slot. Where is it? Prefab item slot. Okay, then we just do this. Now we have to update the inventories. So we already have all the items. Just do 4. Hmm. I think a safer way of doing this would just be to go for oh, we already have this over here. That's about right. So actually we have this. There we go. So we don't have to do this. There we go. Sorry. Where is it? It's over here. I think it's initial. Oh no, we never even made it. Update slot is what we're gonna call it. That's a sprite. Oh, right. Okay. Like my brain is floating at the moment, so I'm expecting way more problems. One such problem would probably be not actually setting things up. Mission UI. I don't care right now. Here. Where is this thing? Mission information container? Is the mission file? I think this. What was the name of it? Item. Right, so now we need to get the item prefab item slot. The thing that's going to hold these items. Okay. Don't need to recast on. Yeah, we do. No, we don't. We actually just need the raycast on. Alright. Give me errors. Give me... Okay. So if I do this, nothing is in there. That is correct. That's what should happen. Awesome. Then if I go pick this up, that's not good. Let's find out if we are adding stuff. We supposed to be doing the subscribe to handle gain item. Yeah, we try connect here. Let's first check. Sorry, let's first check to see if log. We're doing this. Should be. And when we do gain item, okay, when we do display, how many items are we getting when we do get all items? We're almost there. We have nothing in console for it. Oh. Think we found the problems. Ah, interesting. Ah, I'm a dummy. Okay. Haha, haha, haha. Okay, so we just have to do this. Unsubscribe. Plus equals. In this case, we're doing plus equals again, just in case we're doing a multiplayer situation. Handle subscribe. Forgot to do this. There we go. Now this should work. And we always have to make sure we do. Granted, it should never be getting destroyed, but... eh. Okay, now let's try it. No, it didn't. Hold on. How long did it take? How long did it take you to learn multiplayer stuff, and how was your process? Um, it happened probably about a year ago. Almost 2 years ago. Was the learning part. It was part of a mobile game experience, and we just I was dealing with somebody else who already had multiplayer experience, so it was more or less just poking at it, and then some things just started to make sense. The process for learning it, I would say probably like about a week or 2 weeks. Wasn't too bad. There's multiple parts to it, right? I mean, it depends on how you're going to go at it, but the part that I had to deal with only took me like about a week or so to like get my head around it enough that I was not overly cautious when dealing with it. Like, I was willing to mess around. Unity has a very good system for it, let's put it that way. Godot, I think, has a good one also. I haven't messed with it too much, but I've heard good things about it. I know that Godot has a much better or much more intuitive async architecture, that it's just like it handles everything on its own for the most part, and you're pretty much always safe when using it, right? But C Sharp's async stuff is just like no way, Jose. Their solution is rough. I mean, it works, you can do it, but sometimes it's just like, in most cases that you're going to use it, it's not worth it to use it. Because you'll end up having to do weird things like oh, what was it called again? It's been a minute. So in some cases you can end up doing needing to run a concurrent collection type, and coming back even if you're making no references and just pumping out values, like you take a reference, put it in, do your calculations, come back out, you'll end up, because of the nature of how it's set up for concurrent collections, remarshaling a lot of the internal calls that Unity has, which, depending on the kind of game you're putting out, if you have like a lot of like a survivors game where you have like a lot of enemies and things like that, and you're doing that, you're going to end up with tons of garbage being produced by Unity. So it's just better at that point to leave everything on the main thread, because you get much less CPU time usage. But did I forget to save or something? Alright, let's do this. We need to see this. If this is gone through, handle subscribe, then that's so annoying if I'm going to end up with a third racing issue on this. Like, that is ultra annoying. Like, this should be set up long before the player ever gets into the scene. Because we already have like about a maybe like a second or two before the player actually, like, the scene loads in, the player is there, and everything is good. So if this still isn't set up after a second from an on-awake call, that's rough. Yeah, something is going on. Let me turn it on from default. Okay. So now if I do this, let's close this now. If I do that, there we go, that's B. And argument out of range exception. It's going through the whole process. It has something to do with this not being enabled. So what we'll do is first let's see what the heck is going on here. Which part is out of range? Tell me. All right, we need to find out which one is out of range. Let's do a debug. Before we get here, actually. Okay. So over here, it does say, so it says the count over here is 0. No, it says the count over here is 1. Okay. So it does know, this does know that it this does know that it does have an item. So it's down to the slot. So it might be that we're doing this wrong. So count holder, if this is, so right now by default this should have a count of 1. So when we go 1 1, difference is greater than 0, right? This should be 0. So we should be skipping all of these because we start off with a slot already, right? Like we start off with this slot already. This was the test slot because the goal is that this slot should be completely replaced with the new slot with saying X1 and the name, things like that. So something is happening here. Unless I just mistook something. Let me just check. 4i is, and then the count is going to be 1. I think I have to do -1 here. I think that's the rub. I think this is what I was looking at before. Because once you get to 1, this is out of range.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost.
Okay, so it's saying 0 on both. That is incorrect. This is not correct. Not reading it correctly. Is not correct. Not correct. It's gonna issue an issue and right. So like now if I come out, come back in, like this slot right here. One sec. This is targeting the right thing, right? Oh, why is content? This is supposed to be on. There. So this is content rect. Then the item slots are children of the content rect. But why is it telling me that the contact rank has 0 children? What the heck is happening here? First off, this is incorrectly giving me the amount. I'm probably getting the information where else? Item slots. Oh, gotcha. We should be looking at items holder. Are we getting the items holder? Yeah. And then when we spawn... Okay, I see what's happening here. I see what's happening. We're starting with the slot, and because we're starting with the slot, it's not being added here. So we want to do something like this. Okay, there we go. So now we do this over here. Actually, let's do this first. So now we know that we're connecting here. Okay. Yep, now it's detecting the one as it, so we're now going to turn off this. Okay, and then when we turn it on, it knows it's doing the right information now. So it got one, it has one slot. So we are getting here. And it does have the right. So I think maybe this is it now. Let's get rid of this. So it might be this logic right here that's stopping it. if the item size count is less than the count. Ah, yeah, it's this. So if the count is less than, you know what? Let's. I think we're overcorrecting. Let's do this first. We might be overcorrecting for something that at least they have one now. When I started using Unity, it was, yeah, true. True. I'll tell you this. There's some I saw Godot 4.4 and they had some pretty significant updates. But really, if you take a step back, off of the hype train for it, and you just examine it for what it is, all it is just stuff that's bringing it closer to parity with what Unity already offers, right? Now the question is, that's fine. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. But when Godot is doing this, the real question I think is Godot doing it better than Unity is doing it? Right? For me. And what does better mean? It means that these tools, and so I don't know how this is a debatable issue, because I was talking to another dev and for some reason he was convinced that this isn't the standard. I think it is. And that is the speed by which you can go through iterations. The entire point of using an engine is to minimize the amount of time it takes in order for you to iterate. So you should be able to get from the faster you can get from idea to a product, the better that engine is. Just, of course, there's the context of it's what you're trying to build, right? But that's the reason why you would pick that engine. It's like if you know that, for example, you can build a 2D game super quick by going to engine X, but you still choose engine Y, then objectively I'd say that engine X for a 2D product is the superior engine. You've just elected to go with engine Y for whatever the reasons. It could be they have a specific feature that would otherwise be unrelated to 2D or whatever. But the point is that for your explicit purposes, there could be something about engine Y that is better. But engine X, if you took the same project, brought it to engine X, assume that you have the same amount of skill sets or same approach to your skill set for that engine, you'd be able to produce it in, let's say, a quarter of the time. Engine X is objectively better. But there's caveats, right? So for example, you can iterate pretty quickly in Godot for certain games. But then you can't really, like, let's say you want to put those games on consoles, you have a problem. Right? So obviously there's other things that you can consider. But I think, like, when it comes down to it, maybe 70 or 80% of what makes an engine good or bad is just how fast you can iterate to getting to your release goal. Or it could be functionality, it could be some iterating a feature, it could be the whole product, whatever. That's what I think is not really debatable. And part of the reason why I justify that is, if you look at any of the marketing for any of the engines, any of the big engines, it always comes down to how quickly you can prototype out whatever it is. All of the marketing is based around, you can get through this. We have this new system that allows you to do this super quick, that get your cell phone games out there at Mach 10. Like, they're all about that. And they're not about that for just no reason. It's because it's very important that an engine allows you to iterate very quickly. Right? The more the engine gets in your way, the more problematic it is. The worse it is. So, yeah, Unity is definitely doing a good job, I think. But there's still room for improvement, right? And it's just simple things. Like, I was just happy when I tried Unity again that they cleaned up the context menu for right-click on project. Like that to me was just mind blowing. So I'm not like asking for, you know, crazy things. Like I just didn't like the whole context menu being so cluttered. It literally went from the top of my monitor to the bottom of my monitor. So just contexts. All right, let's finish this. So I forgot now. Where were we on debugging? I think we need to go like this. Okay, we pick up this item. And then we need to open. We need to close and open the enable, enable. Wait, something's wrong here. There we go. Okay, that's not good. All right. What am I missing here? Oh, I'm a dummy. I swear. You're dumb. Bro, you're dumb. Just stop. Item slots. Game object. Set active. I'm going to set this to true. There we go. I think we're done, boys. This is it. Well, almost done, I think. There's one thing I want to try to correct. Right? That's we disable this. Back, and now when we open, there we go. Well, this is inaccurate, but that's because we never set it. Still, it works now. Okay. So in update slot, we will just add that. Where is it? Item name. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oh, 5. There it is. Okay. Item name. Play name. Okay. Oh, right. So let's go here real quick, and we're gonna just do this. Get rid of that. Have any other debugs in here? Oh, okay. All right. So let's test it out. Okay. Pick that up. And okay. There we go. All right, we did it. Default equipment is now a thing. Right, and so now we can do this. Let's try to break it, see what happens. So we have this item over here. We're done, but I just want to break it to see. Uh, you know what? Let's fix this a little bit. Okay. So basically we zero this out, then go over here and we oh, that's not good. There we go. Should be already zeroed out. This. You don't need that. Pass in the amount. And amount. Okay, I think that's it. So let's break it and see what happens. So we want to give ourselves, say, 3,000 of them. Oh, there it is. That should give us a ton of these. Of course, we can't scroll it because we never fixed the scroll area, which by default doesn't work. Like, how does Unity do that? Oh man, they're hilarious, bro. They're funny. Okay, so now we have to go pick it up, and it broke. There we go. Right. So we never actually made the duplicate script for this. All right. We have to make that at some point, but we're done for today. And I've shown how to make a duplicate script before. It's just a shallow. Well, actually, in this case, it's a deep copy, but we're done. That was good. Got the inventory display. We created this inventory out. We just need to fix duplicate. Once we make a duplicate for that version for the item, there's a duplicate for the game item, but we need the duplicate for the inventory item, which is have inventory item related properties duplicated over. So this is supposed to have that information, right? Yeah. So basically, this is it. I'll finish it up tomorrow. I'm gonna call it a day there. That was great. All right, thank you guys very much for joining. Sorry for taking up so much time, but it was a little bit more. It took a little bit more. I didn't even get to equipment, but we got close. Yeah, we got pretty close. Next is probably gonna just be we're gonna make the duplicate process, keep on debugging, and then tomorrow make equipment. Donor, thank you very much for joining. Roman, thank you very much again. I'm really hoping that this helps. At least the code really the concepts to approaching this is helpful, because I still feel like this is still me rushing through code. You know what I mean? And I still think you can produce clean code without rushing through, like meeting 26 instances of push of push vector, or like halfway recreating a velocity system with, I mean, it that to me is gonna be like, yeah, you can do it, but sometimes I'm just jealous because it's like, yeah, how come your Unity works and mine doesn't when you do stuff like that? like if I tried doing that, man, my Unity would blow up on me. All right, have a great night, guys. Dude, man, take care.